explain it. The players play during the year, and there are 8 events, and there's 2 people from each event come here to form 16 players, and there are 2 halves in the draw, because there are 2 entries into every WBT television ranking event, and that's where these 2 players that win tomorrow go into, and that gives them direct entry into the WBT ranking events for the following season. So that's why there are two winners. So in actual fact, it's not quarters and semis, it is semis and 2 finals. So I hope that explains it for you. Somebody else said to me, it's not televised. Well, at the moment it's not, and the reason for that, ladies and gentlemen, is that television is not cheap, and unfortunately in this day and age there aren't many TV channels that will pay for bowls. It's a bit of a sad state for our sport, but we're getting better slowly. More and more channels are coming on stream through BBC, ITV, Eurosport are doing some for the IBA, and Sky do some for us, and you know, there are other organisations doing other things. So it's bowls is getting better for television, but it's hard work by everybody concerned, and it just takes time to do it all. So I hope you enjoy this afternoon, and we are just about ready to go. So without further ado, let's bring on your players for your first match. From Menstrie in Scotland, former WIBC champion, current Scottish international, it is Stephen Allen. And up against Stephen, he's from Margate, he's a European Masters qualifier, he's looking for his chance to get into the TV ranking events. Let's welcome Briscoe. They've played their trial ends, we'll go straight into the match, and I hand you over to commentary with Janice Gower.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals here from Blackpool Newton Hall Holiday Park. And we've had one very, very good quarter-final game this morning, and I think we're in store for another one here this afternoon. Both of these players very, very experienced. Both will be keen to get one of these tour cards, which, as Richard Madison said there,
length 30 metres,
entitles them to places in all the WBT ranking events for next season. Got a nice crowd in the venue this afternoon for what should be some very, very good games of bowls. Always the early ends of these games always tend to be a little bit nervous, the players just settling down. For those of you out there that like to know what the players are playing with, Pat Briscoe in green there, he plays with Drake's Pride Professionals, size 2s, and Steve Allen plays with the Taylor Ace size 4. 2 very loose opening bowls from these players here. Like I say, it's just a settling down time for both of them. Our match marker, one of the WBT officials, Francis Fletcher, and our match umpire for the day, well, for this game, is Dan Lewitt.
20-inch gap.
Steve Allen here won the Falkirk tour card to get himself here. And he quite kindly said at lunchtime when we were chatting, I was the only one to take him to a drawn game that day. It was the tie with me that actually got him through to the finals. He said that with a smile on his face. He said, you can say that in commentary. You were the only one to get close to me that day, which is fair enough. Thank you, Steve, for that one. And Pat Briscoe, just over 2 weeks ago at Lincoln, drove overnight from home to play in the tour card event and beat Billy Jackson in his final. See Mr. Kearsley there, sat there with the black cardigan on. He's one of the owners here at Partington's Leisure, who very kindly host these WBT events for us. They host the International Open, the Super Bowl, and at the moment they also host this tour card event in May for us. Now Steve's on a line here, very, very close. Yeah, that's putting Pat under all sorts of pressure at this first end. We've seen that over the last couple of days. Players dropping counts on the first end when they haven't quite settled. Well, Pat, pick your hand. All you need to do is draw a shot. Looks on a good line. It'll do all that if it's the right weight. Close here. Oh, what a good recovery shot there by Pat Briscoe.
One shot, Pat Briscoe.
So first blood in the first set goes to Pat Briscoe with the 1 at the first end. Pat Briscoe's qualified for several TV events in the past. He got through to the World Pairs playoffs this year. And himself has qualified for various events in the past, both very well recognised players. Steve Allen, a current Scottish international.
Track length 28.5 metres.
On a good line. Good opener here from Pat Briscoe. Still a little bit of space there for Steve. A lot of the players favouring this forehand going back down the side where the spectators are sitting in this event. We play on the bona fide rink 2 here at Blackpool Newton Hall, which, as Dan Blewett mentioned earlier in commentary, is about 6 feet longer than the portable rink. Chosen to change hand here as well. Looks on a good line again. Steve just getting confirmation off Francis there of the position of that bowl. Might just come up a little bit short there. I think if it sits down, Pat will still be holding 2 shots. Close again here, Pat Briscoe. Hometown Margate, long way to come to Blackpool. Almost coast to coast.
One green and a measure.
Steve's looking to play a little bit of a conversion shot here. Anything down onto Pat's bowl. Pick up the jack clean. He's in the area for it. Very close. What a good bowl, Steve Allen. He's opened it up probably a little bit more than he'd have liked to, but
One green.
I mean, he's unfortunate to still be shot down. But 2 bowls left, plenty of room there. Oh, that's an interesting look from Pat Briscoe. I think he's deciding here. It's hard for the players when the jack goes out to the side to decide which hand is best to play the bowl. Most of them are used to practicing to the respot, and if you see that jack is just behind where the respot is. And this looks a very good line from Pat. Might just be a tad overweight. And of course the winner of this game will meet Brett Arkley in the semi-finals on Sunday. Brett taking out number 18 Simon Skelton in the game this morning. Right, Steve, all you have to do is draw within 2 feet of that jack. He looks slightly on the tight side here. Needs to really be getting to be second shot if he can. Might have just hung on.
One shot, Stephen Allen.
Well, that evens our first setup at 1 shot all after 2 ends. Both players should be settling down now to the venue. Pat has played here before, but this is Steve's first visit to the club here.
Jack length 28 metres.
Dropping a little bit short with this first delivery. Plenty of room there for Pat. I think that ball might have just scraped for shot, but still plenty of room for both players. Oh, good ball there by Steve. His family have arrived today to give them a bit of support in the crowd. And Pat's not happy with that delivery. He knew from his hand that
Two
was
red.
going to pull up short.
2-inch gap.
All Steve has to do now is a repeat of that second delivery. Just get into a rhythm now if he can. And Pat wanting to actually save this count against him. He just looks to be pulling up short again. Might just promote his own bowl into the head there.
1 red.
Well, that helps. Well, Steve looks down a good track here. Needs to just run a touch, get past his own bowl. It might just be just one down at the moment for Pat. It might give him a sniff of just trying to draw a shot. Spoke to Pat a couple of weeks ago and he said qualifying for this, it meant he put off going outdoors for a couple more weeks. He misses his Middleton Cup trial for outdoors. But as mentioned earlier, this is a prize that all players want. And Pat Briscoe's one of those that's just on the outskirts of the top 16.
One shot, Stephen Allen.
So getting a tour card here would be a big deal for Pat. As I mentioned, Steve Allen, a well-known player, certainly on the Scottish tour. Very confident player. Names his favourite green as Falkirk. And certainly, in my opinion, from the greens I've played at this last
Jack length,
season,
27.5 metres.
Falkirk's the quickest I've played on. Likes the quicker green the better, he says. Which is why possibly he's opting for a shorter length jack here. Oh, good lead, Steve. Good ball there. Oh, Pat's on a good line here. Just whether he's the right weight for the jack. Yeah, good reply.
Bowl short.
Match officials here very, very quick to help the players, assist them as much as they can with correct instructions as to distances of bowls. We don't play under the shot clock at these European Masters finals, so the players are only entitled to go and have a look at the head after their third delivery, unless they specifically ask to do so. Oh, Pat, I think you're just dropping short there. This might encourage Pat to actually play a little bit of a timer bowl. Down the middle there. Bowl or jack. Gets onto his own bowl, it's good as well. He's played it just overweight, needs it to start moving now. It's in the right sort of area. Well, that could have made things worse for him, I think. He might have just nudged it to Steve for two.
Two red.
Yep, there's confirmation off Francis. 2 shots to Steve Allen at the moment. Both players got a bowl left. And I'm sure that's going to look very tempting for Pat Briscoe to play down through. So I think this bowl might finish behind the head. Yeah, that's what Steve wanted. He wanted to gain that back position. Still think Pat Briscoe will take a gamble down the middle there. There's 2 or 3 chances. If he gets the jack, it's good. If he gets his own bowl, it plants shot bowl out. Jack clean into the ditch. He's on a very good line. He's on a great line here. Very, very close. Oh, got a connection. I think that might have just gone very, very pear-shaped for him. Not sure where that jack's gone, but it could even be still 3 red.
Three shot, Stephen Allen.
Well, that was the worst possible result Pat Briscoe could have got out of that. 3 shots to Stephen Allen. Gives him a 5-1 lead after 4 ends in this first set. The games here are played over 2 sets of 9 ends, and if necessary, a 3-end tie-break. We had 2 tie-breaks yesterday. In the first tour card playoffs, we had all 4
Jack length
quarterfinals.
25.5 metres.
We had the first tour card yesterday, and today we see the 4 quarterfinals of tour card 2. The first one having been played this morning and won by Brett Arkley. Still plenty of time for Pat Briscoe. He's 4 behind, but there's still 5 ends to play. But Steve Allen's set off really well here again with a very good lead bowl.
One red.
I think that makes the shot even harder for Steve when he hears 1 red. He needs to get another bowl in that head somewhere.
One green.
One green.
Green. Yes.
You know, one of those occasions where I thought the players might ask to come and have a look at this head, just wanting to know where the bowls lie. Pat Briscoe's close here. What a great bowl that is.
2 green.
Well, there's an end of bowls for you. 2 exceptional players here. Yeah, Francis just reminding Pat after 2 bowls, if you both go up to the head, you've both got to return at the same time. The World Bowls Tour Match official team, very, very good at keeping things flowing out there. All very good at the jobs. Oh, Steve needs to just be pushing into this a little bit, change something. Very close again. Great bowl again. Francis will tell us what the situation is.
One and a measure green.
Sorry?
1 and a measure to green.
Where's the jack, please? Can't see it. Has it been pushed back a bit, yeah?
Come back about a foot.
Pat's down a good line again. Can't just tell from this angle whether Steve's bowl will come through that gap of the 2 green bowls. I suppose his danger is actually if he gets the split on the 2 green bowls but then follows through onto the jack. Pat Briscoe's just put a bowl to the left hand side of your screen that might actually end up being shot if he plays it too heavy. But if he gets it perfect, he could hold 3 himself. Choosing to play it down the forehand. Obviously deciding that the punching shot was just too dangerous. Oh, Pat. Can you draw in for another? Very good line. Just hanging off a bolt. Well, our marker, Francis, indicated it was 1 green with a possible measure. We didn't have a measure all day yesterday. And in the first game
1
this
green
morning,
and a measure for second.
we had a measure at the 5th end in both sets. And this is the 5th end of this set. Our umpire, Dan Blewett, will make the decision as to whether this is 1 green or 2 green, 1 green being taken out.
Two shots, Pat Briscoe.
Well, there's 2 shots to Pat Briscoe. Means after 5 ends in this first set, Steve Allen leads 5-3. 4 ends left to play. Slight change of length here. I think Pat's having a think about where he's going to place this jack.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
Very good line here. Good opener from Pat there. And he doesn't want to lose the momentum that he just picked up from that end. Well, Steve, looking to put another one in here. And 2 good bowls there from Steve Allen.
2 red.
Still a rest for Pat Briscoe. Just needs to find his weight with his 3rd delivery. Just dropping short again. Steve needs to just try and take this shot away from Pat. Count of 2 at this end. Definitely put him in command of this first set. Just looking to get down to tighten that head up. He's wafting at the bowl. Technical term. And that's made it a bigger target.
3 red.
I don't think we'll see Pat Briscoe being short at this. Any sort of connection, any of the bowls away, jack through's good. Well, he's on a great track. Very close to being perfect here.
1 green.
Good ball from Pat there. Steve really set that up for him with his last bowl. Better line from Steve. Just looking to get under the Briscoe bowl. Little touch on the jack. It's very close to perfect. That might have just gone to Pat's back bowl.
1 shot, Pat Briscoe.
Well, that was a very unfortunate end for Steve. A couple of things just didn't go his way there. Pat picks up a 1. That means that this first set, after 6 ends, Steve Allen leads 5-4. We've got 3 ends left to play.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
Pat will be looking for a good lead bowl again here. He's got himself right back into this set. Only 1 behind with 3 ends to play. Better ball from Pat Briscoe there. Both of these players used to playing at top level. When they come to these finals, they often have to change the bowls that they play with because we go red and green. Players at the top half of the draw are red, players at the bottom half of the draw are green.
1 green.
But they have every opportunity to get some practice time in on the rink. World Bowls Tour hold a pool of bowls that they can choose from if the players haven't got their own red or green bowls. Well, Steve Allen looks in the area here. Just needs it to move a touch. Oh, great effort. He'll feel unfortunate
1
again
green.
there. Got a touch on the jack. The jack still wobbled back to Pat Briscoe's green bowl. Needs to get another one in the head, just drawing down to these two red balls. He looks overplayed here. Well, Steve, just slight adjustment on your last bowl. It's a big opportunity here, really. Sit Pat Briscoe's bowl out. Pick up a 2 or a 3. Even if he gets a nudge on the jack, his bowl sat to the right hand side of your screen could come into play. Often in these sets games, it's opportunities like this you've got to take. Well, track looks good. Just a few of these running bowls just hold off. And the same happened there, just held off a bowl.
One shot, Pat Briscoe.
So that one shot to Pat Briscoe ties the set up after 7 ends at 5-all. Makes it very interesting going into the last 2 ends of this first set. Pat Briscoe now in control of the length. That's made a huge difference to this game. Pat's picked up counts at the last 3 ends. Going into end 8. Crucial end for both players here.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
Looks down a slightly tight line, but it's holding on for him. Just start to go under now, I think. Opening bowl though. We've seen some very good bowls over these 2 games today. The game this morning. Pat needs to just run a touch. It's pulling up just short. Steve might fancy the opportunity of just trying to change hand now. Get past that. Sit Pat's shot bowl out. Nice swinging hand, this 4 hands down here. And he looks very close with this. He's very close. Yeah, great bowl there, Steve Allen.
1 red. About 1/4 inch short. 2 feet.
Well, Pat Briscoe needs to just swing back. Very close. Just missed it. Steve Allen just looking for a repeat of his last delivery. Beat that outside bowl of Pat Briscoe's. Not sure there. Might have just sat Pat's over. Don't forget we're with you for the rest of the afternoon. Live and in full HD with full commentary from World Bowls Tour YouTube. Next game up after this is Carl Fountain from Poole versus Philip Last from Ipswich. And then the last game this afternoon will be the two Icemen of the game of bowls, Robert Chisholm from Swansea and Mark McPeak from Belfast. So stick around, we've got a good afternoon of bowling for you here at the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals 2015. Well, Pat Briscoe, slight adjustment on your last bowl, just looking to tuck that jack. He looks very close with this, all on his pace. Is he going to get wrecked on the front bowl? That was one of those that you could say almost perfect. Francis just having a look for us there to see if it's 1 or 2 red. That could be crucial to the decision on Steve Allen's bowl.
Very close.
1 red and a measure.
Somebody tell them out there it's only end 8. We can't have a measure at end 8. It only can be an end 5. Funny how that went. I was speaking to the match officials earlier. They can't remember a full day of bowls like we had yesterday. 4 full games of bowls with tie breaks and no measures all day. Well, Steve's just looking to sit his own bowl down here. He just got on the outside. Measures called. One shot for red being removed there by Francis Fletcher. Dan Blue it being called in. Be interesting to see. Earlier I asked him which bowl he normally goes to first when he's measuring. And he said if there's a bowl flat, he will tend to favour to go to the flat bowl first. Well, but apparently with this measure it's 1 against 2, so that will take away his
1 red, measuring for second.
normal order of play. So he's measuring that 1 red against the 2 green here. Well, the way Dan's gone back to that red bowl, it would indicate that the green that he just measured is the closer bowl. Yeah.
1 shot, Stephen Allen.
That's 1 shot to Stephen Allen after 8 ends of this first set. Scoreline is Stephen Allen 6, Pat Briscoe 5, making it a very, very exciting last end of this first set. But we're going back to Steve Allen's length. Pat Briscoe's been dominating on the shorter length, taking the mat up. Steve Allen's been favouring mat back and a shorter jack.
Jack length 26 metres.
This really is all down to who gets in here first. Steve wasn't happy with that. Knew from his hand it was going to be short. Most of the top players have an idea as soon as it leaves your hand. Concentration there on the face of Pat Briscoe, knows how important this end is. 1 would do him for a tie, 2 for a win. This is a good opening ball from Pat Briscoe. Well, 2 very loose opening bowls at this end from Steve. Sometimes the pressure gets to you in ways you don't realise. Pat Briscoe's making the most of that. Holding a count of 2 at the moment. Still room there for Steve. It means he's got to make a big adjustment on his last delivery. And he's trotting this up, must like it. Well, what a good alteration
One red.
there. You see him shaking his head
Shot
there
bowl
at the
is
side.
bowl short of jack high. 1 red.
Why didn't I do that with my first 2? He's saying to himself. And Pat's looking to just have a trundle into these, promote one of his own bowls, take out the shot bowl of Steve Allen's. That couldn't have gone
1 red.
worse for him, but it has opened it up a bit. Now Steve's got the situation where he's really blocked his own forehand with his 2 short bowls earlier. You always say you're better with a ball behind the head than short. But he is in the driving seat here, holding 1 shot, with only 1 delivery to come from Pat Briscoe. Well, Steve's just looking to thread his way through that gap between the 2 green bowls. He's very close. Oh, that's a good bowl. It's behind the jack.
2 red.
Well, Pat Briscoe, this bowl to tie or win the set. At the moment, you've got a set lie against you. The joy of these sets play games is you can wipe the slate clean and start in the second set, but you want to really get that first set under your belt. Get the win. Playing a runner. There's a target there for him. He looks under the line. He's just holding off now. He's very close now. Oh, what a great bowl there. Not sure what that's finished up. No doubt we'll find out shortly. Oh, yeah, Steve's conceded 1. Pat's looking for 2. Could he have got the set out of this? Oh, looks like we're in for another measure.
1 green, measuring for second.
It's like buses. We don't have a measure all day and then several come along at once. So 1 has been taken out, so Pat Briscoe definitely ties the set. At the very least, if this other green bowl's in before that red bowl, he manages to snatch the set out of the hands of Stephen Allen, the Scottish international.
1 shot, Pat Briscoe. First set halved.
And there you go, that's our first half set of this event. Final score in the first set, 6-all, and we go into the second set.
Jack length 25.5 metres.
Four inches short of jack high. 1 green. Two green. One red.
Well, Steve, got a result out of that. First end of this second set, having tied the first set. You ought to state your claim on this first end. Get off to a good start. Just missed that. There's a chance now, the opportunity for Steve Allen to just play down the backhand here. Not a lot of danger, just tuck the jack if you can. Holding one at the moment. It looks on a high line. It'll make it all the way back here. Just might have overplayed it.
One shot, Stephen Allen.
Stephen Allen takes the first end of this second set. It's certainly turned into the game we thought it might have been, an intriguing tie between an Englishman and a Scotsman.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Interesting choice of length, because it's normally been Pat Briscoe that's been favouring bringing the mat up, playing the jack to the tee. Good opening bowl there from Steve. Sits down. Yep, very good bowl. He's on another good track here, is Steve. There's two good bowls in the head there. And Pat's on a good line again, but it needs to start swinging now. Reach that red bowl. Yep, great bowl, Pat Briscoe.
One green.
Just taking his time, deciding what was best to play here. We don't play under the shot clock, so he's got plenty of time. To be fair, none of these players here this weekend are particularly slow players.
There's a 4.5-inch gap.
And it's such an important prize as this for them. They need to be fully happy with their choice of shot. Well, Steve, big chance here, took that jack. Even if he plays and rests off Pat Briscoe's green bowl, he's got a chance of tucking the jack over. He put that down and didn't like it. That's why he didn't like it, he knew he'd overplayed it. Pat looking to slot another shot in the head here. He might just be hanging off himself here. Just hanging on that wide line.
One shot, Pat Briscoe.
That one shot to Pat Briscoe ties up this second set at 1 shot all after 2 ends. All very tight affair out there. Quite a warm atmosphere out there. You see Steve Allen taking on some water. It's a very intimate venue. Very enclosed. Quite warm. It gets even warmer when you're out there on the rink yourself.
Jack length 25 metres.
Fair opening bowl there from Pat Briscoe. Just gone on the tight line. Well, Steve was on a great track. He might just be pulling up short there. You can almost sense the tension out there for these two players. Such a big prize to be playing for. Two very experienced players. Pat slips past that bowl. Gets in for another shot. Again, Steve, just slight adjustment on his last bowl. Couple of feet.
Two green. Three green.
Well, that does give Steve a target and an idea of what a length bowl is in that area. As in, if he draws to that, he gets shot. He's down a great track again. Looks better here for weight, surely. Surely better. Oh, still pulling up short. You'll be disappointed in that once you've put a ball out to the side where your opponent can see where a length is.
2 green.
Always fancy your chances of drawing to it. Oh, Pat will be going to close this end down here. 2 or a 3 here would be a good start to this second set. Right, tightens the line up a bit for Steve, does that ball? Not sure whether it's made it in for third. He's just asking Marco Francis to give us a call on that. Well, Steve, have you made the adjustment on the length? It could be 2, possibly 3 shots to Pat Briscoe here, not sure. Mark will inform us, but a very, very good third end for Pat Briscoe. 2 conceded. Dan Blewett being called on to measure again.
2 green and a measure. Two shots, Pat Briscoe.
So 2 shots to Pat Briscoe. He's after 3 ends of the second set. Pat Briscoe leads it 3-1. These players tied the first set. So the winner of this set would win the game. If the set's tied, that's when we would go into another tiebreaker.
Jack length 25 metres.
Good ball there from Steve. Nice settler again for him. Both these players playing very well. It's going to come down to a matter of a measure or bad end to make the difference, I think. Steve Allen won the WIBC Senior Championship, and he also won the WIBC Under 25 Championship back in 2010.
2 red.
Is he tight on the jack, or
1 inch gap.
are they all roughly jack high?
Second bowl is 3 inches short of jack high. Yours is 6 inches short of jack high.
Well, body language said that Pat Briscoe didn't like that bowl. And that's why overplayed that, Pat. This is a big opportunity now for Steve. I mean, Pat putting in that back bowl gives him other options with his last bowl, but you can tell by the look on his face he wasn't looking to play it that far over. Way under the line with that, Pat. This is an opportunity now for Steve to slot another in here. It's definitely a game of swings and roundabouts, this one. Still wouldn't like to call who's going to come out the victor here.
Two shots, Stephen Allen.
So Steve doesn't make a third with that. Picks up a count of 2, which after 4 ends of this second set ties the score at 3-all. We haven't seen anybody in this game try a longer length jack, both seeming to prefer shorter length jack.
Jack length 25 metres.
That's a good opener from Steve. Very appreciative crowd here at Blackpool Newton Hall, our hosts for this Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters. Part of the Partington group. They really do look after us here. Bar and
One red.
catering facilities, and most of the players are staying on site.
There's a 9 inch gap.
Steve's bowl's just sat down. I don't know whether that makes a difference or not.
Two green.
Well, that answers that. Pat tipping Steve's bowl a couple of times brought both of his into play. This looks down a good line from Steve. Any sort of connection on Pat Briscoe's bowl. Very close to the right result here. That's a good bowl.
One red.
Touche, so to speak. Pat's down the line as well here. Looking to sit out the red bowl. Might just not have got enough weight for it. No, just underplayed that. There was a danger if he overplayed it of obviously putting the jack through to Steve's other two bowls, but oh, Steve doesn't like that. I think he was looking to try and play the shot himself. Just try and trail the jack through to get a count of 3. Yeah, pace was good for it. Oh, Pat, to just put that little bit of an adjustment on the weight. Reach the red bowl. Doesn't want to overplay it. Oh, looks down a very good line. This is all on his pace now. This is all on his pace. Very, very unlucky. Great effort.
One shot, Stephen Allen.
Still nip and tuck between these two guys. I don't know who you call as the winner here. Steve walking up with the mat again, still sticking to the favoured short length of both players.
Jack length 24 metres.
As we heard from Dan Blewett in the game this morning, a minimum jack is 23 metres here. So he just played a metre over the minimum. Looks like a very good opener as well. Both of these players have got great support. A few of Steve Allen's family are here. Turned up specially to watch today. Matt Briscoe's got family back at home. A couple of daughters that'll be watching. I'm sure somewhere watching will be lovely Vicky. Pat Briscoe's, I will say, better half. He normally joins me for cake at these occasions, but unfortunately couldn't make it this weekend. And Pat, you look to just be under the line there. Steve looks down a good line again.
Three red.
Pat Briscoe will be wanting to change something here. Anything into the head, shake it up a little bit. Different is good. He looks on a very wide line. If it swings back to the outside red bowl, well, Pat, do you know he was just lacking
Three
that
red.
pace. That's put him under all sorts of pressure with his last delivery. I don't think Pat Briscoe will be with his last delivery is short, so I think the option for Steve here is to... Well, he's two options really. He's either got to put one deep at the back, because obviously Pat's got the best back position at the moment, or really close this head down. What he doesn't want to do is make the target any bigger. Huge end this, holding 3 shots. If you can hang on to that. Yep, going deep. Leave well alone, let the man play the bowl. If you get a shot out of this, you'll have played a good bowl, and often it's better to let the person play the bowl rather than set up a bigger target. And just hope he misses. Oh, come on, really big bowl for you here. You don't want to drop a 3 at this stage of the game. Total concentration now. Decide what you're playing, Pat. Well, this is all about getting the right connection. He's got his own front bowl, I think. Managed to get one away.
2 shots, Stephen Allen.
2 shots to Stephen Allen. Gives him a 6-3 lead after 6 ends. 3 up with 3 ends to play. In this second set of 9 ends. First set was tied, 6-all. It's been a cracking game, this. End for end stuff, really. These guys both played some really good bowls. It's what you expect when they get to this level. The prize at stake.
24 metres.
One of the tour cards into all of the World Bowls Tour ranking events for next season. Great opener there from Steve Allen. Really settled down to the game here. Getting in some good leads, forcing Pat to dig deep. He's close with this. We always say end 7 of a 9 end set is a crucial end. Steve Allen wins this end. Really puts him in the driving seat for the set.
Shot bowl is 1/4 inch short of jack high.
Very close to it again here, Pat.
2 red.
That was an unlucky bolt. He's tucked it and made it harder now to get the jack through.
12 inch gap.
Of course, the winner of this game meets Brett Arkley in the semi-final on Sunday. That game will take place at 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon. At the moment, Steve Allen's in the driving seat in this set. Well, he's close, but he might just go under. Very, very unlucky
One red.
there, Pat. He's just almost played 2 perfect bowls. Now Steve's already got his positional bowl in place. And again, like the last end, he doesn't want to make the head any bigger. Because Pat's just missed with both his last 2 deliveries, been very, very close. Looking to reach this back green bowl. He's certainly played a good end.
One red.
Pat can rest on that bowl. Sit back here, might even make 2 of it. Taking a long look at this. Made his decision, walk back down to the mat. Well, this has got to be precision stuff from Pat Briscoe. He's down a good line again. He's very close to it. Wants to rest that red ball back onto the jack. Just got the wrong side of it.
One shot, Stephen Allen.
So 1 shot to Stephen Allen means he leads 7-3. He's 4 up with 2 ends to play. Definitely in the driving seat here, making this 8th end very, very important for Pat Briscoe. Needs to count at this end. All he has to do is tie the set. He ties the set, he goes into a tie break. If he loses the set, he's shaking hands and on his way back to Kent.
Jack length 24 metres. Pat must score this end to continue the match.
That opening bowl of Steve Allen's doesn't make the job for Pat Briscoe any easier. He's close with this. Just not close enough, I don't think.
You hold.
Oh, Pat, there's an opportunity here. Needs to just rest that shot bowl of Steve Allen's. Counter 2, he's just under the line. Oh, Steve, very close here if he sits the bowl down of Pat Briscoe's. Well, now that's just made it a huge mountain to climb now for Pat Briscoe. And the man from Falkirk, Stephen Allen, won the Falkirk qualifier. He's looking at taking his place in the semi-finals on Sunday. What can you do with these two bowls, Pat? What can you change? Oh, he's on target. Great camera angle there. Shows that Steve Allen might still be holding shot.
1 red.
Yep, still 1 to Stephen Allen. 2 bowls to be delivered. Realistically, Pat Briscoe wanted to get a count of more than 1 out of this end. Don't forget, if you're interested, we go all through this afternoon. The next game up's Carl Fountain versus Philip Last. The young players of the game. Carl, first qualifier here, and against one of the steady regulars on the circuit, Philip Last. And then after that we have Robert Chisholm versus Mark McPeak. But now back to Pat Briscoe, and 1 bowl left to play. He has got to count with this bowl for us to go into an end 9. Well, he's watching it. Needs to move a bit now.
Two shots, second set and the match, Stephen Allen.
So Stephen Allen moves into the semi-finals on Sunday. Join us after the interviews for the next game up, Carl Fountain versus Philip Last.
Let's show your appreciation once more to 2 fine players, ladies and gentlemen. Well, gentlemen, absolutely cracking game between both of you. And like every match, unfortunately, there's a winner and a loser. Pat, I'll come to you first. Hell of a first set. Tied the first set. So when you go into the second set, you know you've got to win it. And rather than ask you questions about particular ends, how does it feel to go into the second set knowing the first set's tied and you've got to win it? Does that put extra pressure on you?
No, I wouldn't say so. You just take the tie break out of the equation unless it's another tied set. So it's almost as if it's just a 1-set shootout. It's better than losing it, you know. So I think that's more deflating when you lose the first set. If you nick a tie out of it, then you feel okay. So I didn't have a problem with that. I don't think it puts extra any more or less pressure. You know, every bowl's got to count. So no, not really an issue.
Okay, and I noticed also in the second set you were playing very, very well, but it was bowls from Stephen that were literally crunching you out, if that's an expression I can use. It was hard to get in.
Yeah, well, I think you know, I think the best I picked up was a 2-all game, which sort of indicates that your opponent is playing neat bowls. And certainly I felt that second set especially coming this way, his first bowl was awesome, you know, and that puts you under pressure. Consistently, his first bowl I felt was better than mine, and that makes all the difference in this format of the game. Whenever I did hold something neat, he pulled something out the bag and just reversed it. So I have no complaints with the second set. I was in a good position, 3-1 up, and had a bad end. You know, that's when I said to myself, you know, win this end, make it 4-1 or something, then you're putting him under a bit of pressure. But I had a bad end, and he picked up a 2, and then he just went away again. So disappointing. That was a disappointing end for me. Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, Steve. You won at Falkirk to come to here. Like I said to Pat, it was a tied first end with some cracking bowls between both of you. How do you feel having come through that second set?
Delighted. I played a very good first set, I thought. Pat was really unlucky not to actually win the first set with his last bowl. Kind of got away with getting a tied set. He could have taken the 2 bowls out for a 2, but you just want to start the second set as well as the first set, and I managed to kind of do that, so put Pat under a wee bit more pressure, putting 3 or 4 bowls in the area rather than just 1 or 2. So I was delighted with how the second set went, obviously, but yeah.
You know, one of the other fellow Scots who came down here and played, when he walked out here, he took one look and he said, "Crikey, I've never played anything like this." Does walking out here with a crowd and cameras on you affect you at all?
It can do if it's your first time. I've been lucky enough to make Potters and had the experience of playing on this kind of format. So I'm getting kind of used to it, but still it's really warm out there. I was absolutely sweating, but it can be daunting if it's your first time. But I've had a wee bit of experience, so hopefully that puts me in good stead for the next round. So.
Thanks very much, Steve. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It was a cracking match to watch, and I'm sure the audience will agree. Thank you very much, gentlemen. As soon as the next 2 players have had their trial end, so it'll be about 7 minutes. So if you want to pop out for a refreshment or anything like that, see you shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for your second match this afternoon, let's welcome on the players. First up from Wimborne in Dorset, he's a European Masters qualifier from Poole, IBC, and he's looking for a win in this event to get through to the TV events. Let's welcome Carl Fountain. And up against Carl is from Ipswich in Suffolk. And this gentleman's a consistent qualifier on the PBA circuit. He too is looking for a big win here. It's Philip Blast. They've played their trial. I'll go straight into the match, and I hand you over to commentary with Janice Gower.
Well, interesting game here. Age against experience. Interesting one to call. First time Carl Fountain's qualified for anything like this. Phil Last, a regular at the PBA events.
Jack length 31.5 metres.
Got to the final of this event 2 years ago. Just lost out to Gary Smith, who's in the other half of the draw here. So he's in tour card 1. Phil Last is in tour card 2. Mr. Consistency normally, Mr. Last. Now I've just done a quick calculation. There's 21 years age difference between these two players. Carl Fountain comes from a great background of bowls. So we'll mention his dad, Gary Fountain, who sat out in the audience there supporting his son. Gary was one of the first members of the PBA. Known him for a lot of years. Used to come through to Blackpool when the qualifiers used to be at the other Blackpool club that's sadly been pulled down. And also up to Stanley. Now he still plays, but he goes around supporting his son. So I think we're in for a very, very interesting game here. Phil Last qualified 3 times for the World Championship. He's qualified for the Scottish International Open and the International Open. So pedigree there.
One green.
Would really,
down, yes, one
really
green.
love to get one of these tour cards to
It's,
get himself
bowl
into
short.
all 3 of the World Bowls Tour ranking events that are on the circuit at the moment. World Bowls Tour are looking to increase that. If they do, tour card winners would be into those events as well. Qualifies them for any World Bowls Tour ranking event. For those of you that like to know what the players are playing with at the start of these games, Carl Fountain is playing with Taylor Ace. And Philip Last plays with Drake's Pride Professionals. They're size 4.5s. Very unusual to find people playing with such large bowls nowadays. Most of the top players in the men's game tend to play with size 4s. Some of them even play with 3s. Phil Last's are 4.5s. He once said to me, has to be different.
1 shot, Phil last.
And Phil last takes the opening end of this first set. Takes a 1-0 lead. Carl will just be settling down. As I mentioned before, it's his first time qualifying through to one of these events. As Phil's been here before. I've had quite a few chats with Carl this weekend, as his other hobbies and interests are running, and he likes to go in
Jack length
triathlons.
27 metres.
In fact, he's tired me out watching him running around the circuit outside at Newton Hall here, around the caravan park. Even in the pouring rain he was out there running. All good experience, these events, for the likes of Carl.
To green.
Philip last won his qualifier to come here at Bromley. Carl Fountain won his at his home club Dolphin. I'm sure there'll be people watching for
Green.
both of these players' home clubs. Carl Fountain's is Dolphin and Philip Lass is Ipswich. So I'm sure there'll be some people watching on the streaming from both of those clubs, giving their man some support here. Well, Carl's struggling for pace at this end, and Phil's holding 3 shots. There's a lot of room round there, a lot of holes for bowls, as you say. Phil won't know what Carl Fountain's game's like, so whether he might fancy a bit of a dabble of a runner at this, Carl. Early doors, Phil's got to try and just cover every option. And he has done so by putting in a back bowl here. Looking for a length here. In the area.
Three shots, Phil last.
And Phil Last picks up counter 3, which gives him a 4-0 lead after 2 ends of this first set. Experience of Phil Last showing here at the moment. Mr. Steady. Both players here have the family here with them. Supporting the crowd always helps.
Jack length 25.5 metres.
Match officials out there are Dan Blewett's the marker. And Mike Davis is our umpire. And Carl's played a good ball here. That's a nice settler for the young man. Steady ball there again from Phil. Carl just needs to repeat his last delivery. A count of 1 or 2 at this end. Just settle him down a bit. He's been practising quite a lot and practising very well.
One red.
The players, when they come to these events,
Shot bowl 5-inch gap, your bowl 20-inch gap.
if the top of the draw they have to play with red bowls, if the bottom of the draw green. Players like Phil Last have got their own sets of bowls, both red and green. Carl had to have a look in the World Bowls Tour pool of bowls that they carry. To go with a few sets. See what suited him. He's got another good bowl here.
Two red.
Having a quick chat with his mum and dad there. It's brought a smile to his face. Nice to see. Well, chance to draw another one in here, Carl. Body language said he wasn't so keen on that. It looks like a good track to me.
Two shots, Carl Fountain.
Oh, 2 shots gets him on the scorecard. So after 3 ends in this first set, Philip Last leads 4-2 over Carl Fountain.
Jack length 31.5 metres.
That's the first time we've had a long jack played today. All the plays so far today favouring shorter lengths. It's one of the longest rinks in the country, Blackpool Newton Hall, who were host to this Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals 2015. all very much a question of finding the length and weight you want to play. Phil looks close here. Just going to give up, I think.
Phil's last bowl, 16 inches short of jack high.
One or two down, please.
2.
It's a very good track here from Phil last. He'll swing all the way back to this jack if it's the correct length.
2 red.
That last bowl, how far through is it?
That's 2 feet past jack high.
Is it?
Well, if young eyes like that can't see that sort of distance, it's not really a great deal of hope for the rest of us. But like I say, quite a character off the rink is Carl. A lot of youngsters in the game now. Phil just looking to correct his last delivery. Looks to be under to me. Yeah, just underplayed it. And Carl. Chance of drawing in for 3 here. Just not reaching. It might just get past Phil's shorter bowl.
Three red.
Oh, Phil really got to try and get another in the area closer. It looks to be dying on him, this one. That's made it a definite 3 now to Carl.
3 shots, Carl Fountain.
Well, Carl goes 5-4 up after 4 ends in this first set. Different length is certainly making the difference here. The young man from Dorset will nicely be settling down now. Any nerves will have disappeared, hopefully, for him.
Jack length 31.5 metres.
Well, he's on a good track again. Might just be pulling up a little bit short. Temperatures definitely change out there as the day goes on. Good reply there from Philip Last.
The gap is 8 inches.
And good reply again here from Carl. That's ball sits down. Shot ball, it's turned into a good game now, this. Oh, Phil's on a track again here, just looking to rest that last bowl.
1 red.
Last bowl, how far down is that?
That's 20 inches short of jack high.
And my bowl on the left.
22 inches short.
Philip will just be again looking to just try and get to Carl Fountain's shot bowl. Very expressive young man is Carl Fountain. Just overplayed this, I think. It's an opportunity for Phil Last here. Can play down to take out Carl Fountain's shot bowl. There's an element of risk though, because Carl Fountain's got all the back position. He's a very considered player, Phil Last. He considers all the options. Well, he's in the area here, just looking to rest the shot ball. He's just finished a touch short.
1 shot, Carl Fountain.
Which gives 1 shot to Carl Fountain, which gives him a 6-4 lead after 5 ends of this first set. He's won the last 3 ends as Carl, playing that longer length jack.
Jack length 31.5 metres.
Still favouring the long jack. Quite rightly so. He's scored the last 3 ends when he's played the long jack. That's what to stick at. Hope you're enjoying the live coverage here from the World Bowls Tour European Masters Finals, sponsored by the Co-operative Funeralcare. Don't forget we carry on into tomorrow as well, live and in full HD. Following this game, we have a very, very interesting game when we have Robert Chisholm playing against Mark McPeak. And then into tomorrow morning, we start at 9:30 in the morning with the 2 semi-finals from Tour Card 1. That'll be Craig Newton versus Gary Smith and Gerard Breen versus John McCutcheon.
Two red.
2 very, very unusual deliveries there from Phil Last. He's got to make the adjustment with this one. Doesn't want to put 3 short bowls down. Needs to run for him. Short again.
1 red.
Is that Jack High, mate?
No, that's 16 inches short.
A good track here, might have just overplayed it. Loose end from both players here. You'd normally put your money on Phil Last to adjust this.
Just going to mark a run down, please. That's great, thank you.
Well, has he reached?
1, 2, yeah.
1 shot, Carl Fountain.
Well, Carl Fountain's won the last 4 ends, and after 6 ends in this first set, takes a 7-4 lead. He's 3 up with 3 ends to play. We play 2 sets of 9 ends with a 3-end tiebreak if necessary. I'm sure this will be going the full 30.5 metres.
Jack length 31.5 metres.
Well, another count at this end from Carl Fountain would certainly give Phil Last a real tough task. Certainly seems calm and composed, Carl, for his first ever qualifier. He's got the support of his mum and dad here, so That I'm sure will help. Well, Phil, need to adjust to this one. Need something about that. He must have heard me.
1 green.
Last bowl past Jack High.
An inch short.
Well, he's done a good track. Gets to promote his own bowl. He's just overplayed it, but it's not going to a bad home for him. Phil Last needs to get another in the head. Crucial end 7 of 9 end games. Carl Fountain wins this end. Puts him in a great place moving into the last end. Phil Last really needs to get back into this game, get hold of this jack again, go back to his preferred length.
You just point to the shot green bowl for me, please. Cheers, mate.
Great ball there by Carl Fountain. Took out the shot bowl, left himself holding 3 shots.
3 red.
That was always the danger for Phil if he only had 1 ball in the head. Oh, Phil, lots of room there. But a lot of pressure on as well. Is he here? Is he here? No, he's failed. 3
shots, Carl Fountain.
To Carl Fountain. He takes a 10-4 lead after 6 ends. 6 up with 2 ends to play. Phil Last only counted at the first 2 ends when he was playing his own preferred length. Since Carl's managed to go full length, 31.5 metres. He's certainly dominated this first
Jack
set.
length 31.5 metres. Phillips needs to score 2 shots to stay in the set.
There we go, confirmation from umpire Mike Davis. Philip Last has got to count 2 shots here to take us into the last end. A great opener there from Carl Fountain. He didn't seem to like it when he left his hand. Certainly a character, likes to have a bit of a chat. Last certainly not found this full length jack. Carl Fountain can take this form through this end and on into the second set. Philip Last's going to have to start changing something, or he'll see his dream of a tour card slipping away from him. Oh, Mr. Consistency hasn't been so consistent in this first set.
How far through is my second bowl?
Your second bowl, 16 inches past jack high. Two red.
Well, the more bowls Carl puts into the head, the more pressure falls to Phil Last. He's got to count 2 at this end. Interesting choice of shot here. Trying to change something but looks way under the line. Well now, Carl, if you know your opponent's got to score 2, the place he can score 2 is about where your feet are. So we need a cover bowl down there, I think. Sure, having an experienced bowler like Gary Fountain as your dad, you'll have spotted that situation. Yep, he's played it wide to come down to these 2 green bowls. Needs to just run a little bit further. He'd have wanted that another couple of feet, I think. Though it's a huge shot for Phil Last to play. I think it's his only shot. He'll be discussing all the angles with himself here, see what he thinks best. I think he's looking at there's a few more options down the backhand. He plays it down the forehand. He could get wrecked even on his own bowl, but down the backhand, he gets the jack through clean and stays with it. He's got a chance of picking up the 2. Well, this ball to stay in the first set. He's on a good line with it. Oh, just got wrecked on his own bowl.
Three shots in the first set to Carl Fountain.
So 3 shots to Carl Fountain, and he takes the first set against one of the favourites, 13-4. Who would have thought that at the beginning of this game today?
Jack length 25.5 metres.
18 inches.
Well, Phil Last really got to find a few bowls now in this second set. Carl Fountain's taken the first set 13-4. He just needs to settle, keep up that momentum.
One red.
Philip Last still not just hitting on a length. Carl Fountain needs to
No,
make the
you still
most
hold.
of this.
No, last bowl is 12 inches past Jack high.
It's on a very high line with this bowl.
Two red.
Still a fair bit of room there, which Carl knows, that's why he's smiling. Shaking his head a bit. Ultimate concentration from Phil Last. Needs to just strike a length here.
One green.
He didn't like that delivery.
One shot, Phil Last.
As in the first set, Phil Last picks up a 1 at the first end. He left it to his last bowl to get in there. Change of length again, I think. Might go a little bit shorter.
Jack length 25.5 metres.
Again, Phil Last looks to just have overplayed, going through a couple of foot. Just not settled here yet, Phil. Whereas Carl seems to have taking it all in his stride.
One red.
Four very loose opening bowls at this end from both players. Not one of the bowls within a couple of feet. See if Phil Lass can make the adjustment first. Still think this is overplayed.
You still are.
Down a good track here. Oh, this is more like it. That's a good bowl.
Two red.
Phil's going to have to try and conjure something up again here with his last bowl. Could be looking. Play down the backhand. Clip the bowl out. Flick the jack across. Even if the jack goes out to the respot, you'd get a count. Favouring to stay to his forehand. Just trying to draw him for a close second. Overplayed it again. Might have got second, but
One red.
well, Carl's just got to draw down to the last bowl of Phil Lass. His last bowl was a good one. Just repeat that delivery. All on his pace here. Line's very good. One conceded, two conceded.
Two shots, Carl Fountain.
So Carl Fountain takes a 2-1 lead after two ends in the second set. He took the first set 13-4. I think we'll go back to the long length of jack here, which Carl favoured in the first set.
Jack length 31.5 metres.
Opener again, favouring that longer length jack. He's always putting his opening bowl somewhere close. Phil's just overplayed this again. Much over, but enough.
Last bowl, is it jack high?
No, last bowl is 7 inches past jack high.
Interesting delivery. Action of Carl there. Tips his bowl to check the bowl before he plays it. Whereas Philip Last's delivery, very textbook.
One red.
Bit of a sniff of a chance here for Phil Last if he can just get to that red bowl.
One green.
Shot bowls behind jack, is it?
Yeah, the gap is 5 inches.
I'm only one down, aren't I?
Yes.
I think he might have just played it under the line there. Yeah. He had a chance of taking out Phil's bowl there. Good opportunity here for Phil to draw for another. Might even be contemplating trying to remove Carl's bowl. He's struggling for consistency on his weight at the moment. The regular Phil Last would just draw this. But just today he hasn't settled down quite like we're used to seeing. Well, he's gone for the bowl.
Two shots, Phil Last.
Got a 2 out of it. And it's gone 3-2 in the lead after 3 ends of the second set. It's a little bit more like the usual Phil Last. Carl doesn't want him to get away. He's just asking what he should do with the jack. 2 years ago, I remember it was Phil Last that was playing here when we have a lot of Crown Greeners in the crowd here. I like to get involved with Crown Green spectators. Phil Last actually said, "Can I ask the audience?" One gentleman halfway down the crowd actually gave him an answer, which made us all laugh, really.
Jack length 25.5 metres.
But on this occasion, Phil Last's not really settled on a length. Carl Fountain has. This looks like a better opener. A little bit of a grin at his family
it's,
there, I think.
Almost a bowl short.
Probably saying that's a bit more like me, folks. Drop that a little bit short. Still a chance here for Carl. Couple of feet out of his last delivery. He's trying to steer this.
One green.
What's the gap of the last bowl to the jack, please, Dan?
Gap is 7 inches. It's now 9 inches.
All very quick onto the mat there. Heard from marker Dan Blewett that he was 9 inches short. All he has to do is correct by 9 inches. He's played a little bit of a conversion shot there. Didn't miss it by much. That was a good ball from Phil Last there, just covering that trail.
One green.
How far through his last bowl? Phil's last bowl, please, Dan?
16 inches past jack high.
Urging this to bend. Close again. He just hung off again.
Is there anyone? One shot, Phil Last.
One shot to Phil Last means after 4 ends of the second set he leads 4-2. These sets games, if you win the first set you're not out of the woods because your opponent can regroup, win the second set and all of a sudden you're in a tie break.
Jack length 25.5 metres.
Well, Phil, a good lead here. We'll put you firmly back in this game. Not a bad opener. Gone a couple of foot. Chance to adjust it. Which he's done. Not adjusted it by much, but still it's 2 in the head. 2 just behind the jack in the first set. Phil was putting a lot of short bowls up, ones he wouldn't be happy with.
One green and a measure. One green.
Well, looking to get another one in there now, Phil. If it swings back, it's got a very good chance. Still quite a bit of room there.
2 green.
I can't see the marker. Sorry, cheers. Yeah.
Could be a measure all round here.
Measure for shot.
And Mark confirmed there that it's a measure for shot. So Carl's bowl might have... Carl just been informed there that he was blocking our view of watching Mike Davis do this measure.
Two shots, Phil last.
So Phil picks up a 2 there. Takes his lead to 6-2 after 5 ends of the second set. A set that Phil Last has got to win. Carl Fountain won the first set. Phil Last has got to win the second set to take us into a tie break. Carl's only 4 behind with 4 ends to play. Needs to get this jack back.
26.5 metres.
Carl was favouring the longer length jack. Scoring well on that. Phil's battled his way into this 6-2 lead. And we're now playing the end 6 of the second set. Phil last married. His wife Trudy's here. His children Ellie and Max be supporting the dad. Phil's mum's here with him too. Very supportive of her son. Follows him all over.
1 green.
Oh, Carl, we found one here. It slips past Phil last ball there. It's a very good ball.
1 red.
What is the gap with A, Cole's bowl and B, mine, please?
Carl's bowl 4 inches gap to the jack. Your bowl 10 inches gap to the jack.
Well, Phil looks to just have played this under again. Just not reaching. Carl, can you find another bowl like that? Just repeat last delivery. Urging it to swing.
One red. One red.
Short with that, but it's made it tough now for Carl to draw another one in here. It's really stopped right on the drawing line. There's still a gap through the forehand line, which he might prefer to take here rather than try and tip Phil's ball in. Wants to get back on this card with jack in his hand, go back to his full length. Great effort. If it sits down, it might have a chance. Tom Blewett told us earlier they get 30 seconds
One
for the
shot,
ball to
Carl
sit down.
Fountain.
After the last ball comes to rest. Carl stops the run of play from Phil last, picks up a 1. But Phil last leads this second set after 6 ends, 6-3. He's 3 up with 3 ends to play. sure this will be back to a full length jack.
Jack length 31.5 metres.
Two good opening plate bowls there.
1 green. Yes, it's a bowl past jack high, 1 down.
Phil Last won't want Carl to get away, and Carl wants to make sure he's got a chance of winning this second set, finishing the game off in 2 sets.
One green.
How far short's last bowl? Phil's last bowl, please.
15 inches short of jack high.
Which bowl's the second bowl, please, Dan?
This one.
And that is how and weight of the jack level.
It's a foot short of jack high.
Phil will be wanting to get to these bowls at this side of your screen, the red bowls. Perhaps even got in for another shot there.
2 green.
Carl's got a nice little trail on here if he fancies it. Certainly looking for it. Close, even a plant on his own bowl helps. Still 1 down, I think.
1 green.
Phil Last just saying good effort there. Very supportive of the younger players is Phil. Doesn't want them to beat him, of course, but very supportive when they play good bowls. Well, Phil, can you repeat the last delivery? Picking up a 2 here. End 7 considered the crucial end in 9 end sets. A 2 here would give you an advantage for the rest of the set. Oh, he's took the jack.
Never in doubt.
1 shot, Phil Last.
1 shot means that he takes a 7-3 lead with 2 ends left to play. 4 up, 2 ends to play. Still possible for Carl. Otherwise we see our first tie break of the day today. Carl powered his way through that first set. Phil Last has battled his way to a lead in the second set. Mr. Steady.
Jack length 26.5 metres. Carl need to score 1 to stay in the set.
There you go, we didn't need to get the calculators out. From Carl's point of view, he just needs to look at the fact that he's got 2 ends, score 2 twos. Carl only needs to tie this set, whereas Phil has to win it. Oh, Carl, that might be the 2 you need, but I don't think the end will stay like that.
It's close between those 3.
Cole's bowls each side, distance from Jack level, please.
This side, 15 inches, 17 inches.
You've still got chances here, Carl. Good bowling here. Would really make the difference. Needs to score, does Carl Fountain at this end, but ideally looking for a shot count of a 1 or a 2. That's made the 1 certain.
One red.
Phil just looking at the scoreboard there. 1 would leave Carl needing to score a 3 on the last end to tie the set. Doesn't want Carl to score any more than a 1. There is an opportunity of his trailing the Jack to his own bowls. Phil Last scores at this end, we're into a tie break. Let's put that very wide. In fact, on that hand he was in danger of pushing Carl's other bowl in. So we're definitely going to a last end, but if Carl could slot another bowl in here, it would make the last end of this second set very interesting. He's on a very good track. What's his pace like? What's his pace like? Really good ball there from Carl.
2 shots, Carl Fountain.
That makes a huge difference playing this last end. Into the last end of the second set. Phil Lass leads 7-5. So there's only 2 shots in it. And Carl only needs to tie this set. So giving himself a chance because he'll go back to his favoured long length. Phil Lass can afford to drop a 1, but not a 2.
Jack length 31.5 metres. Carl needs 2 shots to win the match.
Mike Davis just confirming to the audience there what the situation is. Oh, good ball here from Phil. Keeping with the young man from Dolphin.
8 inches short of Jack High.
Not always an easy job to try and stop somebody counting a 2. Play the end as you see it. Try and win the end yourself. That wasn't the ideal place for that ball, Carl, but he'll know that himself. He'll be disappointed with that one. Oh, Phil, another one in the area. Looks good, this. Yep, that helped as well. Nice, the jack away.
1 green.
Phil's last bowl.
The
How
gap,
short is it?
the gap is 6 inches.
And my bowl.
Your nearest bowl is 2 feet short.
Well, very good ball there. Might just slip through.
1
but
green.
It's in a good place for his next delivery.
Last bowl's how far past Jack level, please?
It's a foot past Jack level.
If you don't mind.
Your gap is 6 inches.
Thank you.
Marker down blew it there. Very quick to react to Phil's questions. And they always have these answers ready in their head. They anticipate the player's actually going to ask before they ask it, which all helps when the players are playing under the shot clock at the WBT ranking events, where time is crucial. Right, Carl. Need 2 out of this. Needs to force Phil to play his last ball.
Sorry, you just shot ball, but now which ball it is? That's the shot ball. Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Well, he's close to it. All he needs to do is flick that ball out. Needs to get it clean. Needs to get it clean. Not sure of the situation there. Definitely holds 1 shot. Didn't really want a lot of movement on the jack.
2 red.
Yeah, he holds the 2. He's forcing Phil to play this last bowl. Well, been very impressed by Carl Fountain. I'm sure his dad will tell us afterwards He's taught him everything. You can take Phil last out at this stage. But there's quite a bit of room there for Phil to draw. This to win the set and go into the tie break. Just needs to pass his own bolt. Well, it's run out. It's run through.
One shot to Carl Fountain, second set to Phil last, match tie break.
There we go, confirmation, just the one shot to Carl Fountain. So we go into our first tie break of the day. Phil last taking the second set, 7-6.
Carl won the toss, has given the jack to Phil in the first end.
So as we go into the tie break, it's the best of 3 ends. It's purely on who wins the end. The first to win 2 ends takes their place in the semi-finals on Sunday afternoon.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Well, Phil certainly battled his way to this tie break. Struggled to get his form in the first set. We'll look to his experience of playing tie breaks now. Well, looks a great line here. Not a bad opener. Always happier to see a ball go behind the jack than be short. Oh, Carl.
One red.
Well, Phil looks better line here. Has it made it or has it just failed? Mark just having a look. Dan will tell us.
One red.
Just failed. Oh, it's still making Phil last play his last bolt. Carl Fountain holds shot. Phil's got a decision to make here. Does he try to just draw on the inside line down there? Or does he go bowl or jack? Decision made. Sets himself on the mat. Play the bowl. He's gone for just drawing Just looking to slip past his own bowl. Very experienced player. Looking with this. He might have just got shot out of that.
On green.
Always prefers to draw himself out of trouble, Phil, last. Well, this man has everything for reaching here, really. It's tight, he's got a chance of planting both of Phil's out the head. Gets through onto the jack. So it's not how many you count, it's just winning the end. Well, it's on its way. It looks wide. He's got to get a result off his own bowl. No, first end to Phil last.
First end to Phil last.
First time, really, he's been ahead in the match. Apart from the first two ends. One of the favourites. He's battled his way on the first end of the tie-break. Given the jack to Carl, so it was Phil's choice at the second end. We all know what Carl will do here, full length.
Jack length 31.5 metres.
Not a bad opener. Phil struggled with this length, so you'll want to make sure that this time he doesn't. Looks to have just overplayed it. Low is better there than short. Carl would be wanting to make sure he was behind there. Chance here still for Phil. So he always banks on himself to be able to draw. Favours the draw. He needs to adjust on his first though. Well, this is certainly different. All on the pace of this, looks in a great line. That's where the experience of Phil comes into play.
Gap is 4.5 inches, one green.
Oh, great try. Just slightly over. Not a bad effort at all.
Yes.
Carl's last bowls, how far past jack level, please?
15 inches.
Well, looking in the area again here, Phil. Doesn't want to set up a target.
Two green.
You see there's a target there now for Carl. Definitely afford to reach this. He's already got the best back bowl. That's just down behind where the screen is there. So this bowl to stay in the game. He looks on target. He's watching it. Ball on the connection here. Phil Last takes the second end
Second end of the match to Phil Last.
and goes into the semi-finals on Sunday. Join us shortly for Robert Chisholm versus Mark McPeak.
Once more, ladies and gentlemen, give both players a nice round of applause. Well, gentlemen, another cracking game. Swings and roundabouts. Oops. We have a gremlin in the cupboard. I'll just have a chat. Well, we've lost the camera, but we'll just have a quick chat anyway. Just a quick one. Like I was saying, cracking game, swings and roundabouts. You stormed into it, stormed away with it. When you were playing in your first set and it was really going so well, how did you feel, Carl?
Yeah, I felt good. Yeah, I'm gutted now, but yeah, at the time I was feeling good. But you know, sets play, zero to scoreboard, and whatever momentum you built up is quickly diminished. So yeah, you're aware of that in the back of your mind. You know the scoreboard's going to go zero again. But yeah, I mean, obviously you're pleased to get the first set out of the way. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, you know, like in every match, there has to be a winner and a loser, and I do say commiserations to you, because I think this is the first time you've been to Blackpool, and it's coming through in the European Masters, which is a fairly new event. You know, what does it mean to you as a young player on the PBA and WBT circuit?
Well, it's great. I mean, we've got so much bowls now to bowl in, but it's great that well, any age, you know, there's so much competitive bowls. It just provides more and more opportunities with us, which is great. That's a great thing, and you know, hopefully more youngsters will get involved. I'm not that young now, 24, so I'm not as young as I started. But yeah, hopefully come along, get down to your local bowls club and get involved, because there's so much competitive opportunity, you know.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Carl. I'll turn to you now, Phil. You've been here a few times now, haven't you? And you've come through your first match, setting yourself up for your second one. Can I ask you, having been about on the circuit for a while, what does this mean to you as a sort of a longer established player?
Can I first of all say really that I feel sorry for Carl there. He was a better player on the day. I sort of mugged him really. I mean, the scores say that really. I lost the first set, got hammered, but yeah, the best player lost today on the day. But that's sets play really. So yeah, I feel very lucky to get through that. But you said answer your question. Yeah, it was a great event. I mean, I feel very lucky to get through the first round. And so it's a great opportunity to have 3 chances of, you know, playing in the big event. So it's a great event, really.
Well, gentlemen, you've had a hard hour and a half. I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, the other players will be on in a second. they'll do a couple of trial ends. So if you need a quick cup of tea or something, you've got about 5 minutes before we start the next match. We're nearly ready, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just be a minute whilst some of the people that have been working all day, like camera people and people in commentary, have rushed off to do a quick natural break. Swansea, with several Welsh national titles, and he's been knocking on the door of the world's top ranking. It's the Iceman himself, Robert Chisholm. And up against him, ladies and gentlemen, he's flown all the way from Belfast. He's got 50 caps for Ireland, and he's a former British Isles singles champion. It is Mark McPeak. They've played their trial ends. I'll go straight into the match, and I hand you over Janice Gower in commentary.
Well, thank you, Richard. Did you nearly forget my name there? I've been in here all day. Welcome to the Co-operative Funeral Care European Masters Finals at Blackpool Newton Hall Holiday Park here in 2015. And on paper, I think we're about to see the game of this this second tour card.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Of the game of bowls. The Iceman himself, Robert Chisholm, playing Ireland's own Iceman, Mark McPeak. And I'd like to welcome to the commentary box again Dan Blewett, one of our match officials, hot off the rink virtually.
Yes, hot-footed it right here, but it's warmer in here than out there, which is
all the hot stuff in this
hot out on the rink.
Commentary box.
I'm getting quite a taste for this in here, actually.
Like I say, a really, really good game on the cards here. Both of these players very experienced. Both of them have qualified many times for World Bowls Tour ranking events. Mark McPeak was at Potters in January and also at the Scottish International Open in November back in Perth.
Last ball, one red.
And the other exciting thing about this game is that they're both on the verge of the top 16. Currently in the rankings, Robert Chisholm's at 24 and Mark McPeak's at 29. This tour card would give either of them a chance of getting into the top 16.
It's good that it's so healthy these days. Outside the top 16 it's really, really close. All the way down to 30. Have a good run in a couple of events and you never know.
For those of you out there that like to know early on in a game what the players are playing with, Robert Chisholm plays with Henselite Classic 2s. He's always stuck with his Classic 2s. and Mark McPeak plays with Taylor Ace. Rob Chisholm won what was in those days the Welsh International Open back in 2009. He famously said to everybody he would never quit with his classic twos. He loved them, and he's out there again with them now.
If it isn't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. More to the point, one of the few ever qualifiers to go on and win a tour card event. He qualified for the Welsh and he went on and won it. Confident player, Robert Chisholm.
Great job by Mark there.
1 green.
Some would say Mark McPeak is a singles specialist. He does play in teams. He leads for Ireland in the international series. He's won the British Isles title. He's won the Irish singles. He's one that's knocked on the door of the WBT events. Been runner-up in a lot of tournaments to get through to
One
qualify.
shot, Mark McPeak.
And has just started getting through. And he takes the first end. That's with a 1. Mr. Concentration is Mark McPeak. He won his qualifier to be here on his own carpet in Belfast.
Jack length 25 metres.
If memory serves me right, he beat club player from this home club, Blackpool Newton Hall, in the final. I believe he beat Chris Gale to get here. And Rob Chisholm came through at the very first of the tour card qualifiers, which was down in Wales. Again in his own neck of the woods now, though from his accent he's strongly Newcastle still.
Mark has a lovely smooth action. Any youngsters watching should watch Mark. How to do it.
He's very much into the mental side of the game. Keeps himself physically fit as well, goes to gym frequently.
1 green.
The first red ball, is it past Jack Hart?
No, it's 3 inches short.
Strangely enough, just looking at both of the player profiles, they both name the same green as their favourite indoor surface, and that's Stanley, which has been the home of the indoor internationals for the last 3 years. Looks slightly under the line. There's been a few running bowls that have been played under the line over the last couple of days, Dan.
2 green.
Yes, you get under that line, it does tend to go away from you. It also does hang out on the coming the other way if you're overweight slightly. It doesn't bend in. Carl was commenting on the previous game that he was saying the shorter lengths, he wasn't so confident on the shorter ones, but on the long ones, it didn't matter, he would be quite happy either way to draw them in.
Yeah, good young gentleman to watch in the future there, Carl Fountain. Fight against Mr. Reliable Phil Last. Phil will be thankfully got through that game. I think he said in his interview afterwards that if felt he got away with that, really.
The first set score didn't really reflect the actual game, I don't think either. 13-4 was a bit too much really for the game, but Phil lost that 3 on the last end, so when he was going for a particular shot. Didn't reflect the game in the first set.
Well, Robert Chisholm's in a bit of trouble here. He's playing over again, needs some sort of contact.
Contact, but saved the one.
One shot, Mark McPeak.
So Mark takes a 2-0 lead after 2 ends of the first set. We play 2 sets of 9 ends and if necessary a 3-end tiebreak. And the winner of this game will meet said Phil Last in the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon.
Jack length 27 metres.
It's been interesting over the last 2 days to see which jack length the players have favoured.
Certainly seen a lot around the 27 metre mark, but that's generally been with the mats back on the tee. We haven't seen many going right up. Or bringing the mat up and playing 27, so this will be interesting.
I think Carl's was the first in the game before to actually go full length, tee to tee. It's a perfect look of concentration there on Mark McPeak's face. Like I say, he's been knocking on the door for a few years and just failed at the last hurdle, so this is a big opportunity for him. It's the first time he's been to Blackpool. He's been to the other venues. Rob's been here before.
One red.
Like the last time Rob Chisholm was here, he just suffered an injury and struggled to play, but he'd qualified for the International Open and he was determined to give it his best shot.
One green.
Every ball he put down with agony. In fact, if I remember rightly, Danny, he actually took the splint off his hand just before he went on to play and put it back on as soon as he came off.
I must be mistaking for somebody else. I thought he played left-handed in that game, but maybe it was somebody else.
Well, he'd apparently had to go a few times left-handed. I think there was talk about before he went on that he was going to try left-handed.
Either way, these games mean a lot to these players, so to turn up and try is admirable.
Mark's just trying to cover these 3 red balls of Rob Chisholm's. Not sure if Mark McPeak has a nickname. I'm sure some of his Irish friends will have many for him. But Robert Chisholm got his Iceman status because he shows no emotion on the rink, plays a good ball or a bad ball. And that's a good ball. Might even have made a 2 out of that, he has.
2 shots, Robert Chisholm.
That squares the game up, 2-all after 3 ends in this first set. Always on the cards to be a good game, this one.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Rob's worked in bowls for some years, various different jobs. Was a bowls retailer himself for a while. And now he works for one of the bowls carpet manufacturers. Mark McPeak's a civil engineer. Bit of a loose opener there from Rob Chisholm. Well, the temperature will change in there. Both of these players have put in quite a lot of time practicing. In fact, Rob Chisholm was the first person I saw on the rink on Thursday. He's been here since Thursday, so really giving himself every chance. Mark McPeak arrived last night, but a few of the spectators have gone out. There'll be a few Crown Green League games tonight, so a few people will have disappeared, which always affects the temperature out there, which might quantify why I've got a few loose bowls from two such good players. Two good balls there from Rob. Just going to slip under.
One red. Just the one.
McPeak shaking his head there. I think I just saw Clifford Craig, the other Irish qualifier, come in to give his teammates some support.
Two red.
Clifford Craig sat there with the black t-shirt, just lost out yesterday morning to the Crown Greener Craig Newton. And that's the first semi-final game tomorrow morning, is Craig Newton versus Gary Smith. Join us with your Sunday morning breakfast, because we start at 9:30 in the morning.
I'm glad you said that, Janice. I'd forgotten it was an earlier start.
You can tell you're in the north of England when somebody's sat in
Two
the
shots,
audience
Robert
and says,
Chisholm.
"Come on, my son." And 2 shots to Rob. He takes a 4-2 lead after 4 ends. Yeah, tomorrow morning we start at 9:30. The 2 semi-finals from Tour Card 1. At 2 o'clock we have the 2 semi-finals from Tour Card 2. And then both finals will start at 6 o'clock. Final for Tour Card 1 first, followed directly by final for Tour Card 2. So you can have your breakfast, lunch, dinner and tea watching us.
Jack length 27 metres.
You say 27 metres again. A few players have elected to play that length. A good track here from Mark. Again, another situation here where Rob Chisholm has his own red and green bowls. Mark McPeak He uses pool bowls, but he does use the same sets when he plays in the events. It also saves him having to bring bowls over with him on the flight.
2 red.
Where's the last bowl short?
Last bowl, the gap is 18 inches.
Of it.
Rob Chisholm very quick off the mat there. I was saying in an earlier commentary, I don't think we've had anybody to challenge the shot clock this weekend so far. They've all been fairly quick players.
Yeah, there's been a number of occasions where we've had a few questions.
Two green.
Wanders down to the head, but not many on the whole. The shot clock is a whole different ball game for these players. The extra pressure. Just when you don't need it.
In the WBT ranking events, players play under a shot clock, which means that they've got 30 seconds from the last ball coming to rest to deliver their next bowl. They do get a number of timeouts to take, but it does give that added pressure.
Yes, they now get, I think it's 5 timeouts match. Each timeout is an extra minute, so they've got to manage those 5 timeouts carefully.
1 green. Bowl's just fallen out, Mark. Your green bowl this side.
Hello, phone about.
Didn't seem to disturb Mark too much, that's good.
Some of the feedback we get through these earphones and what the guys are hearing at home, perhaps the players on the rink can't actually hear, which is good.
2 shots, Mark McPeak.
2 shots to Mark, that ties the setup at 4 all after 5 ends. We didn't have a measure at the 5th end there. I'm disappointed.
Has that happened every time today, Janice?
Virtually, yes. It's
After
been
a whole day yesterday of no measures, and today the 5th end produces quite a few.
Actually marked it on my notepad when the measures were, and they were always at the 5th end, which was quite... There was also the 8th ending one, I will say that, but quite interesting.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Yeah, it was even the 5th end in the last game. Just double checking my notes. Good opener there from Mark. A good reply from Rob though. Swooping down, that helped. Well, he turned his back on that quite quickly. And that's obviously why. Good yard short.
Yep, 4 inches past.
And just a slight adjustment for Mark McPeak here. Reach that red ball, rest off it. Touch the jack's good as well.
Both dropping their last bowls 4 or 5 feet short. Mark a bit bemused by that.
He's coming up to have a look, just to confirm his worst suspicions, I think.
2 red.
When you see the head, it looks quite a simple draw to those 2 red bowls. Very unusual for Mark McPeak to drop short when there's a target like that.
Two shots, Robert Chisholm.
Well, that takes Rob 6-4 up after 6 ends. We always say that the 7th end of these 9 end sets are crucial.
Jack length 27.5 metres.
Sticking with that 27.5, 27 metre jack. He's turned his back on that again. He's not showing his usual Iceman qualities. He didn't like that. Well, Mike Davis will confirm what the situation is here.
Very close. Could be last wood.
That's a good line. I don't know whether his weight's correct though. Just dropping short, I think.
This one? It's about 20 inches short of jack high. About the same. That's the two measures.
This is one of those sort of ends you don't really want to be looking at, because all the bowls are coming into the head, so blocking the drawing lines. There's no clean draw line in. Mark McPeak's a draw player. Give him an open draw and he's dangerous. I don't think I know a player that has such a look of determination on the face every time they bowl a bowl.
So
as
it's
Mark
almost an angry face there, isn't it?
It is,
Such a look of concentration on his face. Dropped it again, short again, is he? Is he going to get past? And that's the measure gone.
One red.
Really surprised me a little bit he played that hand. The other hand, Rob's bowl, he'd have had to been very, very wide to push that bowl in. But I've not played a bad bowl sat here for the last 2 days. Well now, this gives Mark McPeak an opportunity actually. Yep, showing you with his foot what I was thinking. If he plays down there, he gets a chance of taking Rob Chisholm's bowl out.
Promoting his own up.
I don't know whether he's 2 seconds. If he's 2 seconds, it's definitely worth playing. Drop a 1 and he's 7-4 down. 3 down with 2 ends to play, whereas if he could pick up a 2 or a 3 here. Big opportunity here, Mark. I'm sure all his friends and spectators in Ireland will be saying, play it, Mark.
Sticking to the backhand. But what sort of shot is he going to play? More direct? Yes, more direct. Interesting. Bit high.
One shot, Robert Chisholm.
Twice in that end. Mark McPeak's surprised me of shot selection, but you play what you see when you're out there. It's always different. You always play what you're confident playing.
There we are, that ends 7. Robert takes a 3-shot lead.
Jack length 28 metres.
Score now. Otherwise that 9th end may not be needed. Or indeed he might need 3 to win or 2 to draw.
Some people say it's like the business end of the set is the last 3 ends. It's where you have to use your head as to what you need count-wise. What's the ideal? What can you afford to drop? What can't you afford to drop? All very technical. Rob Chisholm's just looking to score at this end. Just keep plodding along, put the bowls in the head. Forces your opponent to play shots. Look, McPeak always favours a draw shot, so if you start to get him to play shots, you've got him in trouble.
This looks better from Mark. Around the back of Rob's. Lay down for shot. Very good. Robert very keen to get down and remove that bowl. So he's got the jack clean, is he? Oh.
Touch every bowl as you go through, Rob. He's opened it up though now.
In of the bowls close that we can see.
I want to get close with this one to give himself an opportunity of scoring a 2. One's good, but a 2 would be better. It looks to be just dropping short.
Perfect line for
One red.
the tee where the jack was. Near where the jack was before. Not so sure Robert's not done the same, is he?
Looks under the line.
Chance for Mark to score at least one here.
Just the one red.
Well, big chance. Just adjust your weight by a couple of feet. Important bowl this, really.
He plays with the yard over and catches the jack correctly. You never know. He could also pick up 3.
Looks a better track.
Just got to put the brakes on now.
One shot, Mark McPeak.
That means that Robert Chisholm is 7-5 up, with one end left to play. Both players just having a quick glance at the scores there. As you do, you just want to get in your mind what you have to do.
Mark walking the Mac up slightly. How many dots he's walked up there? A number. Should be around the 26 metre mark, I should think.
Jack length 25 metres.
Miles out.
Not too bad. Not too bad for in here. So this is the last quarter final of the Tour Card 2. We move into the semi-finals tomorrow morning of Tour Card 1. Don't forget we're here on the World Bowls Tour live streaming in full HD with commentary. Join us, we're here all day tomorrow. Could be a good day of bowls. Still some tickets available. If you fancy coming down and watching live, supporting your favourites live, just contact Blackpool Newton Hall, which are our host club here. And this is a great opening bowl by Rob Chisholm at the 9th end when he needs to stop a count of 2.
One red.
It's been another very good game of bowls. Rob's just been in control of this first set. Certainly making Mark McPeak work for his shot.
It's 7 inches short of jack high. Just the one. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's one of those times when I can understand why the players asked to have a look at the head.
He needs to convert this somehow into the 2 that he requires at least for a share of the first set. He's not allowed to approach the head until he's played his 3rd bowl unless he asks the marker, which he did quite nicely. Mike, our marker, allowed him to come up.
I think when it's a case like this, when it's so important, you know yourselves that the angles matter to a player as to whether he's going to play a bit of a conversion shot here or not.
Absolutely. You don't blanket refuse them, you have to take everything into consideration. But they know the rules. They can ask, we can only refuse. Or let them up.
Yep, he's playing a conversion. We've seen where those two bowls
That's
are
good, yeah.
situated.
Gets a connection, or he's going to get that gap that doesn't exist.
Wow.
We've seen a number of those this weekend.
Well, that was unbelievable, really. You'd have thought he'd have got something in there. Chisholm carefully thinking where he wants to place this bolt.
Probably run round the back a little bit.
Well, Mark McPeak has the best back, so I think Rob needs to be round there somewhere to stop him trailing the jack straight into the ditch. If that stays on, that's a very good bolt. Yep.
Yeah, it's about a yard or so away from the ditch.
If Mark McPeak runs at both red bowls, he's got a chance of taking both red right out the head, but then it would still leave
Rob with his final bowl to rescue it.
Good yard to draw. But it might be his only option. You just hope that the other player falls short. Whatever happens, he needs to force Rob Chisholm to play his last bolt. I think
Again,
he's gone
Mark's
for
only
just
drawing.
the draw to tuck the jack round.
I think he's over the weight.
One shot and the first set to Robert Chisholm.
So Rob Chisholm takes the first set 8-5. It was a tight set, but Rob Chisholm always just looked to have his head in front, really. We move on to set 2. Mark McPeak's got to regroup and start afresh.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Well, Mark, you need to start this set afresh. Regroup. He looks on a great line with this one. Not a bad opener. What are the players favouring this forehand, playing down the side where the audience is? But backhand's very good as well. Play on the bona fide rink 2 here at Blackpool Newton Hall, which is part of the Partingtons group.
Oh, the gap is 12 inches.
We're going into the final set of these quarter-finals of the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals 2015, where 2 players from this weekend will walk away with tour cards, which will give them a place in all
Two
the
green.
WBT ranking events for next season. A huge, huge prize to win. Certainly for these two who are just on the outskirts of the top 16. If you could get to those ranking events, tie a couple of games together. Mark Dawes did it last year. He won a tour card, got to the quarter-finals of 2 of the ranking events, and he's now in the top 16. So it's possible. It just shows. Mark's just looking to draw to his bowl on this right-hand side of the jack. Just looks under to me. Bit of danger for Mark here. Doesn't want to get
Too
tight
green.
onto his own green bowl because he might promote the red bowl of Rob Chisholm's. Well, Rob's coming to have a look now as well. Mark just dropped short there. Like I said, there was a few dangers for him. Robert Chisholm just got to adjust on his last bowl, really. Just was that bowl wide. Gets inside that, get to Mark McPeak's back bowl.
Green bowls just fell out.
Now, does that mean it's only
Has that
one green
changed
now?
it?
I think it could still be 2 as a measure.
Rob's obviously taken the choice of let's remove these bowls. He's got the wrong connection. Is that a definite 2 anyway?
2 shots, Mark McPeak.
Oh, Mark gets a good start in the second set, picks up a count of 2. Rob was not happy with that last delivery.
I'm sure he'll wipe it from his memory fairly quickly. Get on with the next end.
Jack length 27 metres.
Just looking at some of his credentials, he won this event itself, what was then called the UK Masters, back in 2012, which gave him one of the Masters spots, which we now refer to as tour card spots. He's won many titles, but in particular in 2009 the Welsh International Open, as it was then. And he did that as a qualifier. Mark McPeak's got many plaudits, especially from the outdoors game. He plays outdoors for Ireland as well as indoors. He's listed as over 50 caps for Ireland. That's some going. His fellow countryman, one David Corkill, picked up his 100th cap this year. And that is a remarkable achievement for any player at international level. Well, it does show his consistency.
Rob's not happy with that delivery either. He's turned his back very quickly again.
Just the 1 green.
Oh,
Good
close
ball here
again.
from Mark. It's the right connection.
Was that clumsy?
Mike's having a good look at this.
I think it could be just red. It's very close.
That's unfortunate for Mark.
It's almost
It's
like
just about
too good a bowl.
half an inch past jack high.
There's always that danger of that happening. Mark's now going to come and have a look. Confirm his worst. Still has a shot though, either drawing on his backhand, or turning it over and pushing Rob's bowl out. Screen still showing a green holding shot, but Mike has said it is a measure favouring the red. And there we go, it's gone. As if by magic.
Well, he's opted for the forehand option. Needs to reach that red bowl. He looks under. He was certainly right weight for the job. Now, Rob, can you slot another bowl in there?
So by that, is Mark happy that he is one down? And Rob happy that he's one up? Let's see.
One red. Okay. One shot, Robert Chisholm.
That makes the second set. Score to Mark McPeak is 2-1 after two ends. He was holding two shots there and then took the jack to Rob Chisholm's. He'll be disappointed with that.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Opting for a slightly longer jack. This looks just under the line. Pulling his weight though, if it can just hang on. Right, just having a quick glance at it there, so it must be fairly tight.
One green.
This looks down a good line if he's good weight. I want to put away the disappointment to the last end. Try and win this end. A couple of our semi-finalists sat there watching this game. Brett Arkley and Steve Allen, they play each other at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Two green. The last bowl is it's about 18 inches short of jack high.
Now does Mark put a back one in to save any danger Rob playing a better running bowl this time. Got the best pack now.
Still opting for the line of a runner. Has he got the weight for it?
Doesn't look like it. Shade under, I'd say.
Well, Mark, big chance for a 3 here.
Yeah, it's free go this one really, isn't it? No big danger. Getting inside the back bowl for a healthy 3.
Looks under the line here. If he's reaching.
Looking at his composure there, he's... Yeah, it's not good for Mark.
Dangerous bowl there, because if he'd
2
have
shots,
reached with
Mark
that
McPeak.
line, could have even got to Rob Chisholm's bowl. Mark McPeak takes a 2 after 3 ends. In the second set, leads 4-1. Robert Chisholm took the first set 8-5. Good game.
I think Mark's put the mat back a bit now. He was bringing the mat up a little bit earlier. What will he do with the jack length? Is there a 27?
Jack length 25 metres.
Still short jacks. Looks like a good opener here from Mark. Just gone through a touch.
Another good bowl here from Mark. Just around the back, but useful there.
Just looks under the line again.
He's lost his way a little bit here, has he, Rob? Good weight.
Last ball.
Has the shot, but not really in a good spot for Rob there.
Mark's just got the draw. Even if he touches the jack, it's coming to his bowls. Take the danger away. Great track again, all on pace.
Looks a better pace this time. No, it's still going through.
And 3 almost identical bowls there.
What's happening with this one? Let's take all of the danger away from
2
Rob.
red.
Still just the open draw for Mark, either hand.
Well, it was perfect line with his last 3 deliveries. He was just about 2 feet over. Or he now has the last bowl of Rob Chisholm's to rest on.
Of course, he's not yet chasing the game, so he hasn't got to try and make a count here. He just reduces it, gets the shot himself.
Yeah, he's still in the lead in this second set, so...
Looks So slightly tighter than his previous 3. What's his weight like? It's very good, but ooh, slightly unfortunate there, I think.
1 red.
Let's cut it down to 1. Can Rob draw for another? His line looks good, but I don't think he's got the pace for it, has he?
1 shot, Robert Chisholm.
1 shot to Rob Chisholm. Means that the score's now 4-2 in favour of Mark McPeak after 4 ends in this second set. Mark McPeak has got to win this set to take us into a tie-break in this last game of the quarter-finals of Tour Card 2.
Rob's brought the mat right up now. He's only got half a metre to play with here. This will be a 23.5 metre jack. If it reaches the tee, which it does.
Jack length 23.5 metres.
There we go. Bang on.
Good to see the 2 dots in front of the mat there, indicating the half metre and metre marks.
Just into the stadium there, I just saw the player of the day yesterday walk in. He's coming back for his semi-final in the morning. Gary R. Smith was outstanding yesterday. Can't think of any other word to describe it. Well, there's loads of words, but he just absolutely played to perfection.
I think you called him robotic yesterday, was it?
The gap is about
so, I think
2
so.
feet.
A machine. Played like a machine. And that's an interesting game in the morning because he faces Craig Newton, who's the Crown Green player, who turns his hand to this game.
Very handy player, Craig. And nice with it as well. Having gone home to play Crown on Friday night and today, I believe.
Yeah.
Coming back tomorrow to change the flat indoor. Very versatile player.
Well, he did that the weekend that he actually qualified for this, so he's used to swapping backwards and forwards. There's not many players can.
1 green.
The only other player that I know that can play 1 game and then go to
12
the
inches
other
past Jack high.
is a gentleman who's a member at this club called Knowlboroughs. I know myself. I played Crown Green, but then had to opt to stop playing Crown when I concentrated on the indoors because I certainly couldn't mix the two.
Oh, that was very lucky for Mark
Well,
there. Rob's bowl leaning over just as...
did we see him use a remote control to tip that?
Goodness gracious me. That's the fortunate bowl of the day.
Is Rob to come up and have a look at this because the whole crowd laughed at that. How often do you see it happen the other way where a bowl sits and gets in your way, and that was like almost, I'll move out of the way of this bowl, I'll let it pass.
I wonder if he's bought his lottery ticket for tonight.
It's things like that can make big differences in these sets games where you've got limited ends. All of a sudden Rob is looking at a count against him, whereas before that bowl sat down, Mark McPeak's bowl was running into the back of Rob's.
Yes. All these small things, games do change. Give it a chance on that track.
That's very close this, yeah. Great effort this.
Oh, he's just pulling up.
Yeah, in the striped shirt there, yes, it's definitely Gary Smith. Back for his game tomorrow.
No doubt in for practice tonight. There's a chance here for Mark to pick up a number of shots.
Yeah,
Towards the
just
jack
looking
back. It's on a good line, good pace.
This is a great bowl if he doesn't touch the jack. It sits down now.
3 shots, Mark McPeak.
That's
3 shots means that Mark McPeak takes a 7-2 lead after 5 ends in this second set. We could be looking at a tie break.
so my money's looking on going on that, I think.
Just shows you how one can change things. Still 4 ends left. Rob's only 5 behind. We've seen him pull back from worse
Jack
deficits
length
than that.
25.5 metres.
I wonder how we'll look back on this end and that bowl falling over as Mark came down.
That was quite amazing, really. Sometimes you see if a player walks into the head to have a look at a situation, a ball might sit down, but nobody was anywhere near that one.
He's obviously scared.
He was just scared of Mark McPeak's ball coming down the ring. It was that look he gives them.
Don't think it's affected Robert, but dropping the ball quite short there.
Well, the prize for both these players, as we've said numerous times, is huge. They'll both be playing with grit and determination out there. It's a long way to come for either of them to lose first round.
Unfortunately, one of them has to. So better hear from Rob if it comes down.
One green.
Where's the last ball short?
It's 7 inches short of jack high.
Both of these players very experienced, so I wouldn't have thought that they'd let nerves come into play now. But it is such a big reward.
Some poor bowl from Mark. Turned his back quite quickly on that one. As has Robert.
Yeah, interesting end.
Got a bit scrappy.
Well, there's no danger really for Mark here. Rob's wing bowl's virtually a length. So there's no danger if he gets inside that. If he tucks the jack, it's coming to his own bowl anyway.
Could be handy with a 2 or a 3 here and really turn the screw in the second set. Move it ever more towards the tie break.
It's down on a good track.
Looks
It'll
nice.
do all this now.
And he hasn't made the head any bigger. Got very quickly down.
Interesting that. He was very
Perhaps
quick
he's
to
far
release
away
that
himself. But he's got caught on his own shot.
2 shots, Mark McPeak.
Those 2 shots give Mark McPeak a 9-2 lead after 6 ends. He's 7 up with 3 ends to play. Fully in control of this one. I think we're looking at a tie break.
So around that 25 metre mark, I should think.
Jack length 25 metres.
You're getting good at calling that from in here now, Dan.
It's fantastic, isn't it? We count spots all day and all night.
Seen spots in your sleep then for blue carpet and white spots. Good opener here from Mark. Really in control of this second set. Makes it exciting for those watching.
Only needs 2 now to take it into a tie break. Rob's having none of it. Not giving up yet. Of course, Rob would rather not go into the tie break. He can at all afford not get into that situation.
This looks on a tight line. Rob might have an opportunity here. Draw another one in close, it puts pressure on Mark. Though he's got a buffer of 7 shots at the moment. On a good track. Looking to get to his own bowl. Just might fail.
Much better, I think. All about. Doesn't want to give Rob too much to play with.
In the area with this one if it swings.
Oh, it could be 2. Don't know.
1 red. The shot bowl, the gap is 2 inches.
Opportunity for Mark now to pinch the jack.
He's looking in the area for it.
For a foot of weight.
Rob's got to look to try and count the 2 here. Just overplayed it.
1 shot, Robert Chisholm.
Still need to score 6 in 2 ends.
Well, there's only been 1 count of 3 in the whole of the game. Everything else has been singles or doubles. Can he count 2 threes, or he needs a 2 and a 4?
And that 3 was by Mark, not by Robert.
Jack length 28 metres.
Just gone slightly further again, Rob. Well, that's one fairly close. Mark needs to just sort of close this head down. Try and make sure that Rob's not in a position where he can counter 3. As you mentioned, Rob only needs to tie this set as he won the first set. So 2 threes would do him. Would tie the second set at 9-all.
Certainly doesn't want to only get a 2 and then give himself a 4 for a final end.
Well, there's 2 of them. If Mark McPeak can just get past those 2 bowls now, even if he doesn't get shot, but he gets second.
Certainly looks a much better way here.
This is a good bowl coming in now.
Well played, Mark.
Yeah, behind the jack as well. Rob's got to try and play and sit that out.
nearly up there as well.
It's in the area.
Contact on Mark's bowl. Or just the wrong side of the jack.
One green.
Mark will be quite happy with this head as it stands.
Just wants to get another one in there. Don't give Rob the shot to chip his bowl out. Oh, he's short. Well, Rob has the shot to chip the bowl out now.
This is Rob's last chance here to do something with this. If he doesn't, I'm sure Mark won't play his last bowl. There's a chance here.
One shot and a second set to Mark McPeak. Match tie break.
Going to the match tie break. Mark McPeak wins the second set 10-3. Robert Chisholm won the first set 8-5.
It's a tail. Your choice.
My choice.
Robert won the toss and has got the jack to Mark on the first end.
Well, this is all about winning the end. Doesn't matter how many shots they count. It's the first one to win 2 ends.
And it's all now choices for who has the mat. Robert won the toss, so it's his choice in the first end. And that would be Mark's choice in the second end. It doesn't matter who wins the end, it's all about choices. So it could end up that the same bowler has the jack in all
Jack
3
length
ends.
24.5 metres.
All about getting your opening bowl close here now. Put the pressure on your opposition.
This looks good.
Great line. Good opener. If that sits down, it's a perfect opener. Well, Rob's in the area here as well. Rest that bowl.
Great reply from Rob. That's out, unfortunately.
He's swinging his arm at that one as if he thinks it's wide. He'll finish down this hand.
One red.
Just not enough.
A good bowl here from Robert.
2 red.
Well, there's still the draw down this backhand now. For Mark, I know he's been favouring the forehand down this way, but plays down the backhand, rests either of Rob's bowls or a little touch on that jack. He's very close. Telling it to hurry, urging it to hurry.
He's got it, I think, has he? Just nibbled a little bit.
1 red.
It was almost the perfect bowl. You only need 1 bowl in these ends to take the end. Rob really needs to get to that last bowl and get something over this side of the rink.
2 red.
Well, that's tightened it up now. I think the same bowl again for Mark McPeak gets that jack now.
Absolutely. Put all the pressure back onto Robert.
Same bowl, there's not a gap there, so worst thing is he gets a glide off the short red bowl.
All about line and length now. Well, as it always is, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a simple game. the line and length right. Get close to that little yellow thing.
That we call a white. I always wondered why.
Well, track looks interesting. Has he overplayed it? Needs to be the perfect weight for it to come back from there.
Yeah, a bit strong there.
First end, Robert Chisholm.
First end of the tie break goes to Robert Chisholm.
I know what Mark will do. Favour the length or favour the last bowl. He's going to the mat.
Well, you often find that people that like to lead like to set their own length and favour themselves to nail it with the first bowl. And it can all depend on whether a player within a game's been dominant on a certain length as well.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Well, he's made his decision now. He's just got to get this bowl close to the jack. Robert Chisholm just got to win this end to win the game. And the winner of this tie-break will meet Philip Last in the second semi-final tomorrow afternoon, which starts at 2 o'clock. And some really, really good bowls here, particularly today. Very, very consistent bowls from most players, which should mean that we have some interesting games tomorrow when we get to the semi-final stages.
Can't go on that to hurry up a little bit. Oh, that was a good weight in the end.
Slight adjustment on his last delivery. Rob Chisholm just tucks that jack away. Looks wide. Will swing all the way if it's a length, but he doesn't like it.
One green, just the one. The gap is about 6 inches and it's about 8 inches short of jack high. The red bull is 14 inches past jack high.
That should tell Mark what shot he should be playing, which is down hand. Turns his own bowl, it's good. If he gets to Rob Chisholm's bowl to the left hand side of your screen, that's good. But
he's still favouring the backhand.
He's going backhand.
He knows his game.
He knows his strengths.
Looks a bit tight.
Looks very close to Rob's bowl. Might be fortunate that he's short there.
Yes.
Yeah, again, a situation like this, tie break. Very rarely do you see a marker saying that a player can't visit the head. It does happen. It happened here last year with an Irish player involved, and I can't remember who the marker was involved.
Oh, he's not too far away from you, I don't think.
No, I don't think he is. But again, nothing had changed at all. He has to go back up.
In fact, the 4 bowls had been played, the jack was in clear view. I think he'd asked about every single bowl as well.
That's correct. Well, looks on the high side here. Oh, Mark, what do you do now?
I think he's got to put one round the back. Somewhere near Rob's bowl or even deeper. Force Rob to draw in. And if he draws it, fair game.
You know, at the end of the day, Rob's short bowls on his own line, really, for drawing that hand. He can just slip past it.
Mark's choosing to play the forehand this time.
So I think Mark needs to go deep here, because Robert Chisholm won't be short. He's already got the first end of the tie break.
This ball isn't running too heavily.
Just looking to get past to that red ball.
Ooh.
Well, I think we'll still see Robert Chisholm going with a bit of weight here.
It might be best back, but it all depends on where that jack ends up if it goes through.
Rob gets the jack.
No, he's only drawing. I think we're into the third end.
Second end, Mark McPeak.
Well, exciting times. We're going to the third and final end of a tie break. And this is the only time in the game that they can elect to kill the end. Is that correct, Dan?
That's correct. Third end of the tie break, they can elect. They have to nominate and indicate to the marker they're going to do that. And they can do it on all 4 bowls if they wish, but as soon as they have killed, they can't kill again. But the other bowler can still do so. But they must nominate each time. If they don't nominate and it's killed, the jack is respotted according to the respot rules.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
Well, this is it. This end for the final place in the semi-final lineup tomorrow. Always looked on paper to be a cracking game of bowls this game, and it's proved to be just that. And a good opener here from Mark McPeak. Do we see Robert Chisholm going for the jack in the ditch? Seen him do this before. Yeah.
Certainly playing it heavily.
Yeah, looking for it.
It's close.
Very close to it.
He's got a slice. Oh, he's following it
Now
through.
that might have made all the difference as well, because sometimes if you get a slight edge, the ball's more likely to follow the jack into the ditch. Mark McPeak coming straight up to have a look at this.
That might be game over if it's sat right on the jack, because Mark won't be able to get anywhere close to it.
Well, it looks like it might be the situation, because Mike Davies is stood back.
And they're both jack and bowl are going to be pretty close. I think they are.
That's it.
That's that.
Second end in the match, Robert Chisholm.
I've seen him do it before. What an amazing bowl to finish that game with. Robert Chisholm moves into the semi-finals tomorrow, where he'll face Philip Last. Thanks for your company today.
Yeah, once more, ladies and gentlemen, show your
Join us at
appreciation to the
9:30
two
in the
players.
morning. Thanks, Dan.
See you tomorrow, Janice.
See you tomorrow.
Well, gentlemen, bit of a mix-up match between you both. And first of all, I know there's always a winner and a loser. Mark, I'm sorry you didn't quite come out on the top. But, you know, I know you come over from Ireland, and you said before you hadn't been bowling that much and was hoping to at least try and get through. Not quite made it, but hope you still enjoyed coming over.
Yeah, it was really good. Unfortunately, I had to play outdoor for a couple of weeks before I came over. Then I started playing indoor again. That doesn't help. But I was happy with the way I played in the second set and the tie breaks. Struggled in the first set, to be fair.
Yeah, I saw the first set, and I think it took you a while to find the carpet. Second set, certain you came straight back into it. And in the tie break, I thought you nearly had it. and then somebody pulled a last-minute bowl out from nowhere.
Tie breaks are like that, you know. You have to you suck it and see. You throw your first bowl, throw your second, throw your third, and hope for the best, you know. And all credit to Robert. He played a fantastic first bowl in the last end. Well done.
Well, I'll turn my attention to you, Robert. Again, as I said, not your best form I've seen.
No, to be totally honest with you, Mark was by far the better player for the majority of the game. He was very, very unlucky on the last end there because he couldn't have really played a better ball, but it just sat up nicely for myself, and luckily enough, it was unbeatable. So just one of those things. I feel like I've robbed him, to be totally honest with you, Richard.
I'll not ask him to say what he really feels, but no, you know, you've come through, and I know you're anxious to get through the next round, because I know you're anxious to get back to that fabulous top 16.
Yeah, I mean, obviously all you can do is just take each game as it comes. I'm just thankful that I got through that. I probably don't deserve to be in the next round, but I can't sort of dwell on that now. I've just got to take the next game and just give it my best and see what happens.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much, and thank you for finishing off today, and good luck to you, and good luck to you going back abroad there. Thank you.